Hallo? Hallo?
Hi Lennart. Hä?
Hi Rolf, wir sind alle Rolf.
Können wir die
Okay, we start.
Okay. Then I will begin because Mrs. De Vito Ida Egerland are not here. And at first, I want to thank all of you that you are participate at this conference. And I'm glad that we make a new conference after 3 years, I think. And I think it is very important for our initiative to make a new meeting of our network. And so I think it is very good and interesting that we have our network since 2007. And the first meeting we have had in Vienna at 2005, and that is the beginning of our network. And in this unsafety times, it would be good that that this network is so stable that we meet us also after this long time, and the problems are so hard that we have have themes over and over again, and now we make it under pandemic conditions, and I'm sad that we cannot not meet directly, but I hope in the next conference will be a real conference with living people and meetings and some lunch and breaks and um, so I want to begin with a few words about the pandemic, and after this have Leonard his um, his lecture. After Leonard, I can do my lecture, and if you want, Tadeusz, you can do your lecture then. And after this, we have a longer break because 3 people are ill, and yeah, that is also a problem. I have had some problems with an computer in the last days. So my contribution is a little bit, is not so long, but I think 20 minutes it will also have. And then I will begin. With multiple shifts are taken place, no, I'm sorry. Yes. With Corona, multiple shifts are taking place within society. Here, I would like to refer to virology, which is taken in a different status as a result of the pandemic and entering the center of the city. Also, virology can be characterized as an orchid science until 2020. Interest in it can only be estimated as low until the 2020 pandemic. In 2019, the Bertelsmann Foundation still brought out a hospital record after similar accords in Italy for a reduction in the number of hospitals and the closure of intensive care units as they were utilized. That the number of intensive care beds was too high due to a lack of utilization and would therefore be dysfunctional. and those contribute to losses or profit cuts. The 2018 flu epidemic has claimed 25,000 victims in Germany without this penetrating to the public consciousness. The corona epidemic claimed 325 lives in just over a year until the 28th of April this year. The German candidate for Chancellor, Armin Laschet, complained last year that the research results of biologists always contain different interpretations due to new findings, so that he as a politician would have to re-evaluate decisions again and again and would not have a clear universally and basis for decision making. This is a fact and we can be applied to any sudden natural disaster or pandemic. At the same time, the successful control of nature is called into questions here, so that this hides, as it were, grievance of society, since it reveals to inability of an immediate solution to the crisis. What natural disaster and pandemic have common is that they are outlined as an outside that affects society. However, in this opposition, this does not correspond to social facticity, as both the pleasure as well as cholera as well as COVID-19 were caused from the outside by a specific social action. Plague was spread throughout Italy by means of merchant ships, and even after the first cases of plague in Italy, plague continued to be spread in favor of maximizing profits. Cholera was brought to Poland by Russians troop movements from the Asian border to find the Polish uprising in Warsaw. And I think that Marx has worked out that the men are part of the nature, and the work lives under the conditions of work, and so we are in a society who has natural who based on natural conditions, and I think Marx, Adorno, and Benjamin has worked out this. Now I come to the end of the beginning. And Leonard, would you like to have your lecture?
Well, I suppose you have put me on, so I will say something. Yes. So thank you, Rolf. You gave me the word. Was that?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, first I will say I'm very happy to see you all again, especially to see that you are looking quite in a healthy expression here. That makes me feel fine, and I think it's good that you try to revive our the SUPI project. As to my relation to the topic of today, well, we just finished publishing a paper on comparing the German and Italian and. What? What happened? Okay. Hello, Sibyl.
Yeah, hello. Rolf?
We have just published a paper where we compared Germany and Italian and the British reaction to the first wave and how that worked and how the differences were in the countries and how the control systems worked a little different. But I will not dig into that at all because I'm more interested in how we could grasp on the relation to the precarization concept and the concern what it does to our human life and the type of issues. And here I would like to work a little on how I see our life as a life in communities rather than the whole society, of course, can, in a nationalist state perspective, it would be considered a kind of community, but this is not very relevant, it seems to me today. Anyhow, I see the main way of human existence, as for all life, basically is existence in relations. That is a relational perspective we need to understand the human existence. Please. Your mic is on. And so I would understand the issue of precarization as some problem and some damaging in relation to in this relational structure, rather than conceiving it from a more, so to speak, abstract, generalized point of view. I would think to understand what it means to human being to be precarized is to understand what it does to our relations to each other, and basically they are to, from my perspective, on a should be, or we aim at a life in communities for several reasons, as I would define it, not as Tönnies or Kropotkin or something, but I would see the community as a community where people understand each other, that is based on common understanding. And the common understanding is established through a lot of communication, through basically some dialogical structures through which we obtain a kind of fusion of horizons that form then the understanding basis. For this basis to function, it works always in all the language games that's going on, in which we are driven by some endeavors to do good work in our cooperation. It's all managed within this horizon of understanding. Cooperation without understanding is rather difficult and tends to be low quality and tends to be full of problematic issues. So the way society develops in handling how communication takes place in the workplaces, how in the hierarchical structures, how the communication structures function in leadership and management is very important to how this can function in the level of performance and of mutual understanding is enormously influenced. And I think the process that I see now, my experience is of course related mostly to the Danish society, but it seems to me that the modern development of new public management proceeding has a tendency to create increasing problems especially in hierarchical structures, making it difficult for, at least in the social science field, to maintain a good scientific level in conceptual co-understanding. We see a lot of disciplines somehow being wiped out almost, or almost destroyed, and a lot of classical knowledge about how society functions and so on are eliminated, and what leadership was in old days is definitively not anything we can recognize in some societies today. So there's a lot of things going on in the communication structure that should basically form the basis of a good functioning community, where different professionals have these different types of communities where they understand each other. But there are all kinds of levels of understanding in the families, in the community, professional communities, and whatever. And we have our relation to the world through this, and through this process, we work out that our concepts become as valid and attached to reality, so to speak, as possible. And in order for cooperation and practice to function, we need all the time to integrate what our values and our possibilities in the factual possibilities, not just imaginary, how they can be integrated so that we are satisfied with these things. And when the level of understanding breaks down, then we become helpless. And if we lose control over the possibilities or lose control over our own values, which happens all the time, then there is a process of precarization taking place, that is, so to speak. And the isolation that people get more and more living alone and is clearly a process where they lose the good relationship structures to the environment, to their world, and to a community. So there is a process of precarization. But still, we're living in a world full of communication. So it's a communication where the, so to speak, empty signifier function plays a larger role. So I call it a theater, because theater produces fiction, not good theater when we go to theater, but so to speak, the media display that we are living in, which and a lot of the debates and so on at workplaces are rather imaginary discussions, it seems to me. I've been participating in making tons of plans that are totally imaginary and totally, in my mind, full of empty signifying endeavors. So it's a theater, it's a play for exerting apparent power or whatever. And it seems to me we are in a process where where people, where our, so to speak, our language has difficulties in gripping, holding on to having a valid set of concepts. They are getting more empty signifying. And in this process that is somehow going on, it seems to me, we see then the coronavirus coming in and playing additional things into that. And the isolation that we have had with all these lockdowns, it's clearly an attack on a more live participation in communities. Luckily, we can then replace it with the Zoom meetings and so on. So somehow it also has learned us that we can make more contacts than we could before. But on the other hand, all our contacts are now then, or not all, but many of them are now taking place in this media sphere. And when we look back at that is really a very important thing, what happens with the information technology. The information technology is, of course, a communication system that is very complex, but it's also very simple, based upon digital structures and the digital languages that form all our information technology is basically a set of signals from yes and no signals that are able to transport all these things around to us. but it's basically a world without any meaning, of any subjectivity, without. We could take Wittgenstein's Tractatus, where he describes such a kind of language system long before it was produced in practice. And there he draws this conclusion also that there we have no ethics, no meaning. It's just a restatement of logical models that then may reflect some actual models, some factual realities or not. And this distinction between whether it does it or not has somehow become then the issue with that we are not in a community, we are moving into a theater, and it's oscillating a little to and fro, and so we are kind of in a dream community or something like that, and try to get a grip on that still some reality in it. And if not, then we still could see it's still a real dream then that we have with each other, and that could still be some nice life for us. One problem with this kind of technology for us today is, of course, it has become a control system. We are very much controlled and spied on through these information technology. It's being used for all kinds of political purposes. We remember the Orange revolutions in Northern Africa, which we saw as first very visible attempt to manipulate, and they're very hopefully manipulate through the media. But it's going on all the time today, that all kind of regime change and whatever, and control issues on human beings, also in our societies, is influenced by how that's we are, so to speak, subject to silent dialogues, which we don't know we participate in, from the artificial intelligent machines that react to what we are doing on the net, and that send us images and pictures and select the material we will find and observe. So it's although we could see, so to speak, we find a good place, a kind of refugee in the media, to regain community. Still, it is a place that is not that safe. There are some benefits also in the media, in addition to that we can meet each other so easily. There are also some other benefits to that. It seems to me that the what we could call social self-oppression, the social self-oppression as the internalized control that socialization brings into people, and makes people stand back and not being really true to themselves, and giving them some fear to be creative and productive according to their own mind, making them not really being understood because they cannot live themselves out, because they have the self-oppression. It's not the same but it has some affinity to the repressive tolerance. But I think it has been very, very vivid that people oppress themselves according to what they expect society will accept and not accept. So there is an oppression going on, and we are trained in exerting it on ourselves. It is emphasized or made extra strong in new public management methods, in the enforced self-regulation mechanisms that are used to control the work of a lot of academics in most universities, I would imagine. But we could see that this being alone and coming out of the normal context where that always calls upon the internal self-oppression mechanism, social internalized social self-mechanism, that coming a little in isolation is also coming a little in distance from this feeling of this oppression, and that may sometimes help people to be more creative and feel a little more courageous and that they start also rewarding themselves for being a little more open or less precarized, so to speak, by a self-oppression. So that would somehow be a positive possibility that could be, so to see, that people can experience in this. And to very many people, this is, of course, the self-oppression there is what makes people become stressed and so on, because they try to live up to and they oppress themselves in order to squeeze themselves. It's what fills them up with fear, that the level of fear has risen in, especially at least in America. And so coming away from these oppressive mechanisms that they feel in very often in the workplaces and so on, I think has been a relief to many. So not always just been seen as negative, that we didn't need to, people didn't need to go to their workplace where they get all the stress that is such a disease today. It's a real evil structure that we have built into society that we really allow to put on these stress mechanisms, which basically is making the brain sick in all people. One could, of course, hope that our brain research finally will help to clarify the seriousness of these kind of structures. Yeah, I tried to hurry a little down all this conceptual structuring around that, and so to look at the relational point of view. When I see why basically do we have these kind of mechanisms? Why have we landed there in a society? It seems to me that at least two, in my mind, obvious models. And one thing is the capitalist economy that considers everything as replaceable. And so human beings are replaceable, and therefore, by definition, we must be precarized. Because being replaceable means that none of your relations are trustworthy, and they can always be replaced, and you're always threatened by being replaced. You're just a workforce. And while all the meaning, all that which has value, everything that has value to people is not replaceable. So there's a hard contradiction on that, it seems to me. By generalizing this replaceability into everything, and we have, in principle, we are demanding precarization of people, and people fight against that as good as they can in their life. And of course, it's not so that people have no chance and whatever. Our life is not so bad. It has always been complicated to live, but with our work, as with anybody else's work, we try to contribute to make it better and do life. See how could we imagine to make life better, and what is it that makes it not so good as it could be. And so this would clearly is where we could see that the kind of economic mechanisms that have this replaceability structure has many advantages for efficiency and productivity and so on. It also has some severe costs. And the main point for me is that this kind of replaceability perspective is in total contradiction with the idea of life, that life is a relational structure. And in the relational structure, people, so to speak, grow together. And the fusion of horizons between people, where they build up relations, something where we understand each other, where things have meaning, where we love being involved in this, because that motivates us, and we build up our thinking and concepts about the other and that we are in contact with, and the community that we work together with. That is so totally contradictory to this replaceability. So replaceability must be kept as a servant and not as a goal in itself. And there we have the problem, that it has taken over the control. In older days, we had maybe the idea of the state and something, various institutions that could control it. But it seems to me that that has been lost for the time being, rather. Not totally, but they are weakened at least quite a lot. Another point I would make to where I see a source that may even deeper, or at least of similar, that would be the idea we have in science, so to speak, that we are looking at the world from we are concerned about general concepts and general laws and deterministic relations, that what determines what, causal relations, that they are generalized. The generality, working with general concepts and universal concepts, which is something different from working with the individual specific relations. There we build up unique individual concepts of the other. That which has value for us, we build concepts about them that are individual, specific concepts where we relate strongly. And this gives things meaning for us. This makes life interesting and makes us engaged. While replacing that with general conceptualization and types makes life being an empty life out of theoretical nowhere, and we could replace ourselves with robots. So we are as if we have a very much a model that is looking for the generalities without being strongly focused on seeing how we can strengthen the, so to speak, development of individual conceptualization. And without that, the relationships between people break down. And so relationships between men and women get miserable because there's no real dialogue, which creates a fusion of horizon. That one, it becomes types, and I want a man like this, or I want a woman like that. It's a way in which nobody would be able to produce a common life. And in addition to that, with this way of looking into causal structures, we are basically only looking at the modality of necessity. The modality of necessity, that is what saying that this forces that must be like this. This is a deterministic point of view. The causal relationships, of course, they are important. There is always in necessity. But for us, for practice, they are only important as tools, as instruments to create possibilities. And that is another modality. And so instead of developing only the deterministic instruments that then the power structures will use to determine and control people, and that is to empower the control structures, and thereby to precarizing people further. And so a lot of our psychological and social mechanisms can be used to maintain additional control, and are used to contain additional control. Also, if they call themselves a paradigm of understanding, and I very much am for that, but in the way it works here, understanding is used to control. So we need to see how we can help people rather than to make their own way of integrating values, developing values that fit their existence and not just fit some abstract structures that have no value whatever, unless they are use values, but used for what? And that the only answer to the what is then in the individual relation, the specific in relation. And we are, from birth on, so to speak, the basic way of conceptualizing the world, I would think, is the dialogue, the first dialogue between mother and child, or the caretaker and child. And that is a work on horizon fusion, and that is working up individual concepts, not general concepts, tying oneself strongly together. And out of all this network of individual concepts, we then generally learn to create a little abstract and little distance through typifications, and that is very useful for us. But we should not forget that this is useful. It's the goal is not there. The goal is to strengthen that which gives meaning. And so I think maybe my time is about out. You have not tried to stop me, Rolf? Have I been too hard with the time? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm afraid I talked myself a little warm. And it's so that was I think what I wanted to put into where I see the concerns and so
Very good. Lennart is very good. Continue there. No problem.
No problem. Okay. Well, but when I dig a little into the understanding of human reason, whatever, it has been so much tied into the concepts of generality and rationality, and then when we see, say with Kant coming with his practical reason, and so I would think it's very good that we go into practical reason. And from my point of view, the practical reason based on understanding, and it's related to action. It's that we can do things together, which then, of course, we have to limit to our dream world on the net when we cannot do other things. But the validity comes from the action side, that we can do things together. And what is the driver behind that? The driver, which Kant would say, we get respect for reason because that is very good. It always gives good results. And we make all our laws in the societies very much according to this idea. It gives better results, and it's based on generalized laws that we can, so to speak, in principle, everybody can accept as good laws. So in this sense, we are inspired by that idea. But the driver behind it is not only respect for reason. Where did reason come from? How did it develop? What is the energy behind it? And then I turn him Kant a little ahead and say, well, it's actually Achtung, which is a German word for the respect for reason, the recognition of reason, the Achtung, that we appreciate it. But that is not a feeling. Kant considers a kind of feeling, but that's not a feeling. It's concentration. It means attention. And from where does attention come? And clearly, attention basically comes there from some emotional background. We attend to that which we like. We attend to that which we love. That which we love really motivates us, and we do our best, and that makes us clever. We learn about it, and we take care. And that comes the notion of human beings as a caretaker. It could sound like a little inspiration from Heidegger's Sorgebegriff, Sorge concept, but basically it didn't come out of me in that, although maybe somehow, because I'm not so much fond of this fundamental type of ontology. I'm a little more down to earth, I think. But I think what happens in the community is that people are caretakers out because they have been able to construct a life world of values that they understand with each other, and they are combined with possibilities, so it will work. If you lose the possibilities, your values won't help. So you need to have a combination of values and possibilities. And the possibilities have not just to be imaginary in a logical world, it has to be factual possibilities so that we can transform it into a practice. So we have a practice ontology that represents these things. But the driver that develops that is the human love of existence, that it is fantastic to have an experience of life. So it comes fundamentally down to the Platonic concept of philosophy, philos, the love of knowledge. It is the driver. And that has been driving for the development of our cultures, that has taken our Western culture, so to speak, away from the tyrannic, fascistic, living according to the will of the tyrant or whatever, which has been a major issue in all cultures, and all stories in India and in China are about how to control that damn problem, that rulers are egoistic and how just run according to their own quasi narcissistic tendencies. And here we see the strength of knowledge as an instrument to control a good life and base a community in which we really have a good community. And as long as the overall power structure supports that and is in accordance with that, then life can thrive. But very often they have other projects and make terrible things and are willing to destroy the world in the one way or the other in their projects. It's very dangerous, and it's enormously problematic. And it's not many years ago, 25 years ago or whatever, we started with the concept of we living in a knowledge society. Now finally the Enlightenment really came, and it is really in a shining state, the knowledge society. And today we have the feeling that we are not in the knowledge society. Of course, we have a lot of technology. There are a lot of knowledge that is developing fantastic. All our knowledge about biology and physics and so on is developing fantastic. But when we go into the social control of things, it seems to me we don't know really what's going on. We don't know what we can trust for information, what kind of manipulation is behind it. The whole knowledge aspect of that has become dubious. We know there are manipulations on very large scale sometimes. A very obvious demonstration of that was the Second Iraq War, built on such massive lie that everybody thought was trustworthy and correct, or not everybody, Carl Bildt didn't. But they were even able to create the opinion that he was a little silly. So we have somehow in a situation where we have come from a society as a knowledge society, and now we are in the last notion of it I had from for some years at Danish. We are in the competition society. The societies are competitive society, not to make a good life for people, but somehow compete with other societies. And it seems to me that was, so to speak, the whole state has been part of a capitalist structure and not, so to speak, a corrective to it. So I feel that this undermines some issues, and we see more and more lots of ways in which the knowledge society is under attack and is questioned from all kind of motives that are difficult to fight up against. And since they have conquered the university should be the place, so to speak, where society had backing where we knew knowledge is there, it's coming from there. And of course, largely it does still, and it's coming a lot of new knowledge in many fields. But in some fields, we are under control. Maybe it's more in some countries than others. But it is my impression that the industry and capital are influencing the universities heavily. And in one university, we see that the only thing a professor has to do is to get money so that he can pay his own salary, collect, gather, and that he can hire a number of postdoctoral researchers. And he has not to make any research himself, for example. That is one, so to speak, way of in which this has been demonstrated. I think Denmark is a little more advanced in this terrible way than I would imagine Italy, for instance, is, and also Germany. But I'm not sure it's so different in Britain. But it's difficult to generalize that since you are just one person. But yeah. Well, maybe I should want to yeah, one point about this, a point about, they say, the concept of reason, say, where we rationality, and then we have the communicative reason, which is, then we have the communicative reason that we could separate in the community, which basically working on understanding, the idea, the imagination that it's all going into theater. And that is a totally different type of communicative reason and communicative capacity that is going on into the theater. The theater is not about understanding each other. The theater in the media and in a lot of the, also at the power fights at universities, which always have been good at, but it's not only there, it's taking place in many institutions. It is about exerting control and very often to somehow make primitive decisions come through rather than advancing very good and professional high quality decisions of the very advanced stuff. It is as if we see many energies from the top leadership to control their own researchers, their own universities. They don't want the universities to be the clever people, say, in pedagogic or this. So they make some special mechanisms. So instead of we have our own University of Pedagogues in Denmark, we had that, and a lot of research institutions in pedagogy. But then they use the Bologna reports and some other international reports that the EU has organized to say, oh, they must be more clever, or say some reports from Harvard or whatever, and they must be more clever than those of our own professors in the field. So they can dismantle all the professional by simply taking some few silly reports where they make some comparison on the level, what's the language level, what's the math level, and then they say, oh, we have to transform all this advanced education system that created the good Danish economy in the 90s has now been reduced to much more discipline-oriented and much less creative and much less promoting of the capacities of people and more discipline-oriented. So from promoting this little negative aspect of it. But that was then to see what's going on on the type of reasoning going on. And there's a lot of control mechanisms that are used to there very often to destroy or hurt what professionals would accept or would like to do and to improve things, and what would to destroy creativity and replace it with something less creative. But we shouldn't stop with this, that we all go from general rationality to communicative. See the types of communicative reason. To me, it seems we need to go into the, so to speak, more existential reason. What does it mean to the person that is getting precarized? Where we have a lot of mechanisms that going on, taking people away from being truthful to what they really like and what they really love, and run after some lights that society puts up, and making them stressed because in the end they will never come back to that which really makes sense for them and their heart. So I feel there's an existential reason. How can a person somehow be true to herself and keep a grip on what really has meaning for her? So a lot of people, when they come out of and give up on stress, they doesn't lead me anywhere except being more and more weird and crazy and living a miserable life. But then they're standing there empty. What shall I do? They're lost the sense for their own. They have not built up this relational structure. The way they programmed their brain, so to speak, did not really produce these skills and understanding how they could make sense for themselves and their lives, and try to, then they have to get repair in getting yoga or meditation or things like that, and a lot of psychotherapy and.
Leonard,
Yeah.
we have a question from Peter Herman.
Okay.
And then I see that we have connection with Sibyl De Vito and Professor Kali from China, from Social Science Academy of Science. And we have in the chat a question from Pega Zahui from United Nations. If you open the chat, you see the comment received by this chat. So now, Peter, your question, and then we pass again to Sibyl and Rolf Hepp.
How do I open the chat?
The question.
Come aprire la chat? Vieni qui a dirlo.
That chat. Thank you.
Okay, have you seen?
Multiple questions. The one is, you mentioned action. I wouldn't look at action. It's really about practice. That links what you said at the end, looking for meaning. But then I'm wondering, isn't it that we have actually practiced, that we are practicing, but that what we are practicing is just dictated by, for many, by what we have to do to survive for the next moment, for the next day, for the next week, or whatsoever. If you look at housing, if you look at health, and I'm talking about the health systems and the system of accommodation, providing accommodation. House prices here in Berlin, where I'm currently stuck, are mushrooming. It's unbelievable what you pay. At the same time, you have empty spaces, empty houses nobody can afford. The health system, it's not that we don't have resources, but it is a matter of distribution of resources. It's here, it's in France, it's in Ireland, where I know the situation a little bit. So people are, or the practice of people is really to survive, more or less in a very strict sense. And then I'm wondering, the theater metaphor you use, isn't it necessary in order to survive, to play theater. So it's not that the reality is becoming theater, or the theater is becoming reality. Because without this, if we say the truth, if we say, I am in trouble, I have problems of health, I have problems, I don't, that happened to my neighbor recently, I have problems to find accommodation, but I have to leave here. The only way to get accommodation is, in a way, to play theater. Not to talk about your problems, but to look as people want you to look like. So you can extend this to other areas. And this is then my basically question, how to cope, although in a very different context. Adorno said there can't be a real life in a wrong life or something like this. I don't know the wording exactly. But how to cope the situation if in society everything runs wrong, in the wrong direction? How can we then try to have a genuinely integrated real life?
Yeah, I agree with you that it's about practice, and agree with you that we are forced to play theater. That is absolutely correct. We are therefore, and we do it, and this is, so to speak, also we have learned that, and it's integrated in us in the social self-oppression, so to speak, that we do that rather automatically. But it's also a self-oppression. It's also, I seem rather the belief that we it's about survival. Yes. We are forced in this situation where it looks like it's just about survival. That's true. But human life is not just about survival. It's about taking care of things that makes people feel well. It's not just about surviving. We want to, and we run risk sometimes. People run risk, and they run risk if they have healthy values and feel well about life. They also run risk to help each other, to so to speak, do something for what they like and what makes what they love in life. They do something for it. They run a risk for it. It's not just a so to speak egoistic calculation for survival and see I survive best in this and that way. It's people have. A healthy person will have some courage that he uses for the things she believes is valuable and good, and that makes her happy. The joy of life and the happiness of life is somehow a reward we give ourselves. Our psyche gives ourselves from being truthful to what we love. If we cannot be truthful for that, and if we love nothing, then we cannot become happy either. That there will be, we may survive, but it's the motivator will not work very well, and we will get depressed, and we will probably have low energy and low motivation. It's the intrinsic motivation that drives people, really, it seems to me. But it's clearly all these issues that you mentioned with what the capitalist structure does, and they are there. That's obvious. And what is the way out as the question? So what can be the way out? It seems to me always that the stronger thing is somehow you need to have somebody where you understand each other, that you have a community, that you can build relations to it, because that keeps you alive, that keeps your meaning, that keeps what you do works with something other life, so to speak. You're not born isolated point as ego sitting in looking at the world and trying to stay alive. We are not like that, it seems to me. Life is not like that. Life is to be active, but it's also action has to be in practice, otherwise it doesn't it's part of a practice, and everybody contributes to practice in the communities. You cannot, it's not, of course you can also as alone have some practice, but that will be rather limited.
Okay. Rolf, if you agree, we give the floor to Sibyl De Vito.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Sibyl, it's up to you. Open microphone, open microphone. Dove deve pigiare che non sa? Ce l'ha chiuso il microfono.
Now it works?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So first of all, really, excuse me very much. I generally, I mean, for the everyday business, I get along in the digital world. But if it's a special occasion like this morning, I ask my son, the next generation, and believe me, we were sitting in front of this computer since 9:30, and in one way or another, it didn't work to get the access. So excuse me very, very much. So now you can hear me. Can I still say 3 sentences?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Some kind of welcome. I really feel sorry that's a little later, but I want to address you, all of you who are listening to me. Yeah. As this conference has been originated and mainly organized on the initiative of Rolf Hepp, who almost was and actually still is a representative of the Freie Universitaet. Again, I feel like I have the honor of welcoming you on behalf of our common academic institution for which I worked most time of my life. During the last almost 15 years, I could accompany and sometimes co-organize your workshops, which I liked very much, several times in Berlin. Then I was invited to Graz, to Warsaw, and even to Moscow, where unfortunately I was prevented to take part. Thus, now I feel in a certain way adopted by the S.U.P.I community. And I was really glad when Rolf contacted me and invited me to this conference of today and tomorrow, for which I wish you an interesting course and hopefully new scientific insights, thanks to the contribution of everybody of you. At the time of its foundation, the SUPI Network was intended to bring together various interdisciplinary social scientists in international conferences in order to analyze and to compare social precarity in different countries. And if possible, to develop approaches to solve these problems. I mean, that's what I always was hoping for, and you never give up the hope. But instead of continuing with the usual pattern of scientific conferences in different countries, as I said before, and all of a sudden it happened that circumstances in real life overtook the given traditional meeting concept, with a result, let's hope only temporarily, of a withdrawal into a digital world. That's where we are now. When the workshop was planned, there was no doubt about its topic, clearly dictated by the coronavirus, which, being pandemic, afflicts every country in this world more or less intensively during the various waves. But no country, no individual can really escape and has to face the profound consequences on every field of individual and social life. Leonard has spoken about that already before in his. I really hope that your digital meeting can modestly contribute in outlining appropriate strategies and finding sustainable solutions for the actual social crisis. I want to thank once more Rolf for his fabulous initiative And I want to thank Marco for the access, digital access he provided for us. Again, I wish you an interesting and above all successful conference. Finally, let me just add a personal remark. I'm really happy to see you and during the conference, probably everybody of you again, even if only on a screen by now. And I confidently hope to meet you again personally and physically on the occasion of your next conference here in Berlin or elsewhere, who knows where. For the time being, I wish you simply keep well and fit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We will see what we can do.
So,
excuse me once more, but thank you.
No, thank you very much, Sibyl. Now, according to the program, we have the contribution by Rolf Hepp and then Tadeusz Rachwal. I want to inform you that all the conference is registered, and in the same time it's in streaming. It's going to YouTube and Facebook. Okay. Rolf, to you, up to you.
Then I will begin with my lecture about control society and pandemic. During the pandemic, seemingly all political and social actions and activities focus on fighting the pandemic. Pandemic control is the focus of political and public interest. To this end, the population must be mobilized to support the measures and restrictions. Ernst Jünger considers mobilization to be a formative factor of modernity that structures, ordered, and aligns individuals. This refers not only to mobilization for World War I, but also determines the fate of the workers and the clerk who are who are encouraged to move constantly. Compare Ernst Jünger, the worker. According to Guido Agamben, the state of exception that is sought with the mobilization of the masses is described following and linking to Foucault as a reinforcement of the forms of authoritarian rule. According to Foucault, the plaques forms an ideal model as a dream of the order politicans. All actors are fixed in one place, controlled and monitored. The panoptic principles of organization provides a model of control and surveillance of individuals, so that disciplining produces subjects. Today, according to Deleuze, through mechanism of the society of control, individual subjects are no longer monitored in a specific place. Instead, the methods of surveillance are pushed further by gaining overviews and the movement of actors through fluctuations which experience an inherent weight and reinforcement of the pandemic as a real existing threat scenario. Power and the profit is no longer necessarily gained from the disciplining of the individual body, but through the direction and control of movement and flows. According to Deleuze, the society of control is characterized primarily by the control of movements. the legibility of bodies and data streams, and the relation of individuals. Those individuals are not fixed and enclosed in a single closed institution, but on the contrary, individuals are kept in constant movement and flexibility. The body is no longer adapted to the large machinery, but it is constantly modulated. The alleged goal is to combat the pandemic, since it takes place in a social power space. The corona fight, with its lockdowns, is oriented primarily to the cultural and leisure area in Germany, where everything is shut down, while the work area is hardly touched. The only notable known exception in Germany was a lockdown in the district of Gütersloh. Nobody outside Germany knows until this time, in June 2020. In the Tönnies meat factory there, over 1,543 employees has tested positive to corona. As a result, the lockdown, lasting several weeks, was improved for the district of Gütersloh from the 36th of June to the 6th of July 2020. On June 24, some German states also issued accommodation home for citizens from the districts of Gütersloh. The 50% co-partner, Robert Tönnies, called on his uncle claimants to resign. The fact that the group chief executive had repeatedly blocked the evaluation of work contracts demanded by his nephew since 2017 was one of the reasons for the outburst. And the political scandalization of working conditions in the German meat industry, which was only completed with Corona, the focus of public interest was not. Otherwise, this would have happened earlier. The threat of life and limb of Eastern European contract workers, but rather the protection of levels from the spread of the virus. While the cultural and leisure area in Germany has been subject to a total lockdown since November 2020, the productive area is hardly affected. While entrepreneurs are encouraged to expand home office, they are not subject to any political restriction. Home office use was also significantly lower in the second wave than during the first wave. The enforcement pattern of traditional patterns of surveillance and domination like play a significant role in such a trade-off among its establishments. However, the home office implies the constantly availability of workers and thus force a blurring of working time, leisure time, and unpaid care work time. This reflects developments and mechanisms of control that are reinforced by the pandemic. The Home Office plays a key role here, since on the one hand it's no longer possible to separate child-rearing, household chores and work. This can be particularly conflict-laden for women living in cramped living conditions. On the other hand, many supervisors fear that work tasks will be neglected if there is insufficient supervision. In Germany, this leads to restrictions on home office in the second corona wave relative to the first wave. The entire production sector, meanwhile, has not been shut down. Political demands have so far been limited to asking companies to conduct corona tests, while students in school are forced to carry and testing procedures. The principle of voluntariness prevails in the productive sector. Only now are studies being conducted to determine which occupational groups are particularly affected by the pandemic. The investigation carried out so far relate primarily to family and social contexts, through which the virus is undoubtedly also passed on. The epistemological pair color is contrasted in Foucault with the relation of inclusion-exclusion, by which a differentiated social way of dealing with or behaving can be shown. This epistemological gain can also be found in various lockdowns during the corona epidemic. For example, tourists in Ischl, Austria, or Berchtesgaden in Bavaria had to leave the area as potential corona-infected persons. Only local could benefit from medical treatment. The foreigners had to return to their home towns as potential carriers of transmission, which can be considered rather detrimental for containment and the pandemic. Separations and diversions are ruled here, which progressively contribute to the epistemological spread of the virus. Border closures, for example, imply that the stranger other is perceived as carrying as a threat. The border closures manifest this act to establish separations. In this respect, specific pairs of oppositions and groupings are established through the setting of boundaries, when the boundaries will be closed. Healthy, sick, inside, outside, the native, the foreign. In this respect, the closed native transcends to the foreign unknown, since the other could potentially by a real virus carrier, and the suspicion aligns the behavior. This tendency of demarcation is reinforced by the obligation to wear a mask, since in the danger as well as demarcation is symbolically reflected. San Francisco and St. Louis were the major American cities that enacted mandatory masks used during the Spanish flu. This city expired significantly fewer deaths than other American cities. The hazards posed by the pandemics undoubtedly require reorientation and impose some significant constraints. At the same time, however, it reinforced to the forms of society of control that had been based on a dismantling of welfare state security system over the past 30 years, and that in themselves drives the intensification of social insecurity. The whole coronavirus, or rather the social approach to fighting the pandemic, not only reinforces such tendencies, but at the same time provides potential legitimation for the dismantling of social and individual rights. On the one hand, the coronavirus potentially infects all people. On the other hand, it is racist and classist, since more poor people and people of colors are infected by it, and thus the disease pattern and mortality rate is dramatically higher among them than among the richer part of the society. That is not only due to the differentiates in insurance systems, but also the respective housing, working, and living conditions. Even in Germany itself, double standards are systematically applied. The hygiene condition in refuge accommodations, for example, are not remotely of the same administrative interest as those in university lecture halls, which remain closed even in the winter semester as a precaution. For it simply corresponds the democratic logic of national state society to place the safe and several interests of their own citizens. In this case, those of each and every German. In case of doubt above the vital interest of migrant workers, refugees, or whichever of the host countries affected by the German. By now, after our only touristic will to concur. This hierarchization of relevance to life along national lines is part of the prevailing democratic consensus to which state intervention always refer and can refer, especially in Germany, and that must refer. The coronavirus is hitting everyone, but not everyone equally. While poorer households, in particular, bear the brunt and often suffer considerable financial losses, many super rich are able to increase their wealth despite or partially because of corona. This marks a pandemic, a burning glass for economic inequality. Also, we have the problem in Germany that some politicians earn money with the mask because they get money from the industry when the state will take their mask, and this was more than 500,000 in many of euros in many times. While corona is not the cause of existing inequalities, the current pandemic is nevertheless an amplifier of social dislocation. While many fear for their jobs and have to make ends meet with much less money due to the short-time work, others continue to live in increased wealth. Inequality is not only expressed in different income and wealth situation, but also in different access to healthcare and education or in house condition, which can in turn substantially increases the factor of contagion. I come to the end. Neoliberalism can be interpreted as a system that can continuously produce new crises through which forms of social insecurity or vulnerability become more and more manifest in society. Threat potentials and threats are always conjured up a new form fixed points of social crisis management that intends to link up with insecurity and existential fear, so that neoliberal strategies of social insecurity become more and more firmly established in society and strengthen crisis modus accordingly, so that society feels permanently exposed to a cumulative crisis situation. For Europe, the coronavirus has taken on a new quality as both the measures against the pandemic and the threat of mass death with the population have reconstructed and restructured the whole of everyday life. The fact that the measures here are oriented towards the tendencies of a mobilized society of control ignore important area of containing and reinforce social inequality while producing and underlining new social hierarchies and taxonomies through different measures are, as it were, result of politics during the corona period, where the questions arises whether the fight against the virus is at the center of the measures at all, or whether an expansion of the era of control is being sought under this condition. Thank you. That was, yeah.
Thank you, Rolf. Any questions, comment? We are in time with our program. Okay. Allora, if some
can make the Tadeusz lecture, and after this, maybe there are questions who.
Okay. Allora, Tadeusz lecture is the air bubble and the virus.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. What I've got here is not really anything quite ready, and these are just thoughts which I would like to share. Thoughts which I'd like to share with you, having read Peter Sloterdijk's theory of the society as bubbles. I know some of you might be familiar with it, right? He's written a couple of very interesting books about bubbling, right, and bubbles. The society are sort of neighboring bubbles, because Leonard addressed this question of neighboring, although quite implicitly, through this idea of communicative reason and taking care of others, right? So carefulness and attendance through attention to others, something which I already sort of talked about in a completely different way a long time ago in Graz. I eventually had an opportunity to reread my paper because the book was published eventually. I wrote there a little bit about Heidegger and the idea of neighboring as near dwelling, living near, but dwelling is also in Heidegger associated with building, right? So these architectural element in Heidegger is quite interesting. So in fact, I'll be talking about walls, treating the mask which only Mark is wearing, right? The mask as an extension of domestic walls. So this is basically, I think, the main argument. So I'll read some fragments of it, concentrating on a few interesting categories, I think interesting categories, which generalize the problem of the impact of the virus on our ways of understanding space and movement. The scheme is that, yeah, there is a wall, but outside we go out and we put on masks carrying this wall of our privacy, still protecting ourselves from others. And in fact, the idea came to me, and this is what I'll sort of end with, is something which, of course, I don't know how many of you have seen Nomadland. I started thinking about it long time ago, meaning I'm not quite long before Nomadland got all the possible Oscars, right? It was, I think, 3 days ago. Nomadland, the film by Chloe Zhao, right, which is based on a book by Jessica Bruder, which is a kind of series of talks and meetings with people living nomadic life in America. You could say van dwellers. So this is the line of my argument. I will use this film as an example of some sort of opening, very implicit, right, for changing our attitude to neighboring, which is no longer based on something which actually Bruder calls stronger individualistic precarization. I'll come to that. She says that these people were the product of American, of course, of American politics, but these politics could be briefly, sort of interestingly generalized into something else. Sorry, because I comment on myself instead of reading. So the pandemic time made us more conscious of the non-horizontal dimension of space. Non-horizontal dimension of space. This is what Stuart Eldon, a British scholar, is writing about quite recently in huge amounts of texts about re-understanding of territory. We have to start to think about the idea of territory in a different way. And we must not consider territory as only a horizontal space, to which we are, of course, used to, and we have to take also the vertical space of the air, something which we call volumeric space. So we live not only on the earth, surrounded by our walls and ceilings, right? But we also have to consider the air, to put it very broadly. That's why the air in the title, right? Air as a very important aspect constituting our identity. And the virus came as a surprise, right, into what Foucault calls the culture of danger, a kind of culture without which there is no liberalism, he claims. So without danger, there is no liberalism, meaning, of course, probably neoliberalism and capitalism. Such culture is, in fact, a culture without a threatening outside, one in which danger is contained within everyday practices and experiences of living. This internalization of danger prompts Foucault to formulate liberalism's motto as a call to live dangerously, though without a touch of an adventurous spirit of exploring the unknown. So what he calls culture of danger, culture of liberalism, is not looking at the outside, right? To explore, to find new things. It's a different aspect. This is a quotation from Foucault. Live dangerously, that is to say, individuals are constantly exposed to danger, or rather, they are conditioned to experience their situation. Their life, their present, and their future is containing danger. In that this kind of stimulus of danger will be one of the major implications of liberalism. This is the end of the quotation. The political culture of danger, whose emergence Foucault situates in the 19th century, is a culture of the insight, a culture of the domestic fear of everyday dangers which emerge and spread everywhere, perpetually being brought to life. I'll summarize a more complex argument than this idea of the culture living with culture of the insight, right? Culture living without the concern for the outside. With the outside, occasionally I'll come to that being treated as something real only if it openly attacks the inside. The Eldon associates the beginnings of the realization of this with the First World War and with the use of airplanes, really in war, right? But so of course this 19th century domesticity has been transformed a little bit, but the mechanism, he says, the mechanism is still the same. And Sloterdijk uses the metaphor of bubbles. Of course, bubbles are not houses, right? They're round, but he sort of notices the mobility of the walls. Walls are changing shades, are bigger, smaller, right? They're sort of constantly mixing, but there is no space in between those bubbles, right? So of course, I know that you can't summarize Sloterdijk in a kind of comprehensible way without quoting at length, but I'm trying to do this impossible. And commenting on Sloterdijk, one critic uses very interesting phrase, apartment individualism. So culture of capitalism, culture of liberalism has become an apartment individualism, which consists in self-building building. We are building ourselves as apartments. So we are all apartments, and moreover, and this is what Foucault also introduces, we are building ourselves as enterprises. So there's no space which is not an enterprise within this space. There are, of course, employers, working places, etc., right? But there is also our homes, which are also enterprises. And in Foucault's reading, we are also enterprises. We care for others only in order to function somehow within this enterprise. If we are pushed away or dismissed, if we become, I don't know, unemployed or even homeless, we are still belonging to this body. We are some sort of tiny little enterprises which hope to return back to the system of enterprises. So this play of self-building buildings or apartment individuals, it's a very nice we are all apartment individuals, right? So breaking these walls seems to be impossible, unless, and this is the claim of Stuart Eldon, we take more seriously the idea of the material and existential importance of the air, not only, of course, as a breathing thing. And interestingly, okay, here I'll read a fragment because and the system functions in such a way, which, as I claim here, is to make us live in the illusion that the outside is not there. Illusion that the outside is not there. Of course, this illusion is created by various means. So by anthropos, a scenic sort of image of the all-powerful man who conquers, who is, for instance, capable of predicting the weather. Weather is a very interesting example here, right? That we still can make the weather domestic, right? That we can fully control the weather. And there are various mechanisms which try to show that the outside is not there, right? If it's there, it is translated into an enemy, into a terrorist. And interestingly, I'll quote from Marone again. Terrorism is based on secrecy. Viruses are invisible to the naked eye, and in many respects, they present a mysterious nature, at least for non-specialists. Moreover, both threats, fear and their elusive qualities, encourage the proliferation of conspiracy theories about their origin and development. And there still are a lot of conspiracy theories about the virus, about the COVID virus, right? And even it came from China, right? For example, right? So there's even an attempt to identify and localize the source, right, of it. So it's again deprived of its, let's say, of its virus-like will to live or whatever. So virus attack is in fact seen very often, and this was present in a lot of media as a kind of terrorist attack, right? So it's not nature, right? It can't be nature. We've mastered nature. Right? No, it is sort of organized somehow, and it's coming from the outside. I'll go on. As it seems, however, the transformation of us, but also more or less of everything of us, into would-be vehicles of contagion. Right? We've been translated through that into kind of terrorists within our own space. We are all possibly carrying the virus, can be somehow resisted through Donna Haraway's call for making kin, not babies. This is famous calling. Donna Haraway is a very distinguished, let's say, very well-known and critic associated with post-humanism. Make kin, not babies, right? Make kin, not babies. Find relationships, not only among humans, but among things and biological beings and all sorts of, we call them critters, right? Not creatures, but critters. This call for bringing all of what she calls critters into the sphere of neighboring is also a call for our care for the roofless, whoever they are. Perhaps regardless of the precariousness of the pandemic togetherness, we may still rethink this togetherness positively and say more extensively as stretching and composing of all kins, quote, allowed by the fact that all earthlings are kin in the deepest sense, and it is past time to, and it is past time to practice better care of kinds of assemblages, not species at one time. Kin is an assembling sort of word. All critters share a common flesh, laterally, semiotically, and genealogically. End of quote. Though there seem to be some differences between Haraway's assemblages and Sloterdijk's forms, those different images of ourselves enable us to see neighboring as a much deeper and broader kind of relationship than a family state making kind of bond. And perhaps it's the virus situation which imposes some necessity of rethinking the idea of neighboring. Not only thou shalt love your neighbor, right? You must love your neighbor. Of course, this is the biblical kind of commandment. But what Haraway is writing about is exactly redefining the idea of the neighbor. No longer walled. What is walled, we treat neighbors, and this is Heidegger, right? Dwells near, someone who has some dwelling space, dwelling place near. So perhaps it is also time to extend this idea for those who do not dwell simply, right? Who do not have houses, don't have roofs. For a broader perspective of neighboring has been addressed in Jessica Bruder's book Nomadland, through the stories of American van dwellers whose life philosophies are related in the text in their remarks on life stories which, however different, indicate a need for a different perspective on precariousness of homelessness. Though driving across America, they use public roads and thus orient themselves by topographical places. None of such places can be called their home, though, or dwelling place.
Tadeusz, we don't hear you. No, mamma. Tadeusz,
I think we can wait for a few minutes that he come back. Here he is.
Tadeusz, we had a break. We didn't of connection. We didn't listen you the last part. Switch on the microphone.
Oh, yeah. So there was misconnection.
Repeat the last part, Tadeusz. Repeat the last part.
Okay, I'll summarize. Right? So those people living in the vans, there are conversations with them, lots of sort of meetings, and talk. They insist of being houseless, not homeless. Right? They are not homeless, they are houses. So homeliness has become, in a way, mobilized, has been translated into something which is not attached to the territory, which is important. It's become a mobile thing. So home seems to have become delocalized and is no longer associated with ownership or property. This is important. And it is the philosophy of remaining on public land which brings in a new dimension of neighboring. from the administrative perspective of the state of America, the van dwellers must be officially, and the word is used, domiciled. They must be domiciled somewhere, as they are required to maintain fixed and other fake addresses. So they have to be somehow registered. But they register, for instance, their driving license somewhere, but they cannot be localized by the police, by anybody else, right? So this is how they sort of cheat the state. And living nowhere, it turns out, means you can live anywhere you want, at least on paper. This kind of freedom of belonging is also a freedom from belonging. And from belonging to the state, and thus also from the care of the state. And here comes the theme of care. From the care of the state. State doesn't care about them. Though they live in America, the van dwellers are partly a product of what Bruder calls more precarious individuals. More precarious individuals. A very interesting category, right? Which was, of course, caused by the system, which was incited by the replacement of defined benefit pensions with what is called 401 plans, which rely on employee contributions and can run dry before death. So most of these people have absolutely no money from the state, no support, anything, because they've been cheated by the state having joined this system. So they've been made free from the state in a way. This more precarious individualism seems to have been a farewell to the hope of being cared for by the state, and thus also of the feeling of belonging to it, which resulted in the transformations of citizens into migrants, whom Bruder also sees as a tribe living on the margins of the welfare state. Which is a tribe living on the margins of the welfare state. That's why perhaps the title of the book, Nomad Land. Quotation from the book. And so they found a way to hack the system. They gave up traditional stick and brick homes, breaking the shackles of rent and mortgages. They moved into vans, RVs, and trailers, traveled from place to place, following good weather, and kept their gas tanks full by working seasonal jobs. Linda, one of those dwellers, is a member of the tribe as she migrates around the West. The concept of tribe, however, is a misleading one here, as the people whose stories Bruder brings in her book hardly ever stay or remain together in a single place of space. So she calls them tribe, but tribes live a kind of communal life. They live together. They live individually. They drive by themselves. Their togetherness is of a different kind than tribal. And Zhao's film, based on the book, Zhao's Nomadland, represents this kind of togetherness somehow paradoxically through the long sequences showing the main character Fern alone. Though Fern moves on mostly by herself in the film, we never sense, as one critic comments, that she is lonely. The movie walks a beautiful line between what it means to be lonely and what it is to be simply alone. I think it's quite an important distinction, being lonely and being alone, how they possibly relate. Being alone and without a stable kind of neighborhood, the van dwellers, as one park ranger who observed the yearly meetings noted, impressed him with their neighborliness. As outside observer, they surprised him with impressed him with their neighborliness, adding that their ability to exist is based simply on their desire to enjoy the public land, and the fact that it belongs equally to the guy riding the bicycle as the guy in the motorhome. Bert Hagel's figure of apartment individualism, I mean this apartment individualism, or even entrepreneur, we're all apartments, we are all enterprises, transformed into a nomadic kind of mobile apartment individualism, seems to be a new special space in which the public becomes, as it were, privatized. The public becomes, as it were, privatized, though without appropriation. Perhaps a trace of Thoreauvian idea of sauntering. There is a trace of the philosophy of Henry David Thoreau, to walk without appropriating land. So they walk there and don't want to possess it, don't want to settle down there, just want to spend some time and go away. What the more precarious individualism of having become uncared seems to have brought about is what Bruder signals in the foreword of her book as contagious feeling. Something big is happening. It's hard to sort of verbalize, right? What's the effect? But I think this is the important bit of this story. This new big thing is hardly theorizable, though the book allocates its emergence within American social space as a blurring of the clear-cut distinction between the private and the public. The feeling is contagious. It is in the air. And the Van Dwellers, this is a quotation, are at the epicenter of something new. And around a shared campfire in the middle of the night, it can feel like a glimpse of utopia. In the final theme of the film version of No Man's Land, the protagonist, Fern, stops in front of the house in which she used to live. So she comes back, she travels around, and she was born and used to live. The red mailbox is covered in rust. The name of the town is Empire, and it was a company town of gypsum mining corporation. Gypsum mining corporation, and gypsum, of course, is a kind of building material, something with which we used to build houses and walls. In the book, the town, which used to be the site of fortunes of wallboard manufacturers tied to the domestic construction industry, would completely disappear. It is perhaps this disappearance which, along with the rust covering postal addresses, postal addresses, translates the possibility of neighboring with the roofless into a kind of neighboring of the roofless, away from the precarities of various, also ideological, domestic, I call it domestic construction industries, which are also, of course, industries of domestic construction of identity. Thank you very much. This more or less all.
Thank you, Tadeusz. Tadeusz, it's just for the people it's following this conference. Tadeusz is coming from University of Social Science and Humanities in Warsaw, Poland. And Rolf, Professor Rolf Dieter Hepp is coming from the Freie Universitaet Berlin. And the first speaker, Professor Lennart Norrellit, it was in Berlin and the Aalborg University Emeritus in Denmark. Rolf, up to you.
I didn't have, yeah?
Okay, up to you.
Okay. Now I understand. I had also a little break. Are there any questions for Tadeusz?
Well, I raise my hand, if I may.
Of course, Peter.
Okay. Well, I have actually one question to Rolf and one question to Tadeusz. To Rolf, you used the term neoliberalism. I'm increasingly unhappy, uneasy with this term because it's at this stage it's a kind of catch-all phrase. Neoliberalism is so differentiated, or had been so differentiated over the time, that I think we have to be as well reflecting this. And I'm actually not sure if we still can talk about neoliberalism, or if we already shifted away to something that is not neo, it is not liberal, but it is perhaps neo-authoritarianism, but definitely not, well, I'm hesitating with the neo. And there I'm coming to the question to Tadeusz with a little bit. You said the conspiracy, you refer to the conspiracy theories. Now it makes sense to ask this question in the context of your contribution directly, but as well in a wider perspective and then linking to Rolf. In China, we experience this, it's not a conspiracy theory, but it is an aggressive answer to global geopolitical shifts. So China is an emerging country, but not emerging in the traditional sense of an emerging transitional economy, but it is a strong economic power on the global scale. And this is something that had been feared or is feared tremendously by those, and then linking to Tadeusz, by those who left their space in terms of the location, geopolitical location, but as well then in the losing ground in terms of argument. I can tell you one thing: when I returned a couple of years visiting Germany, there was a headline, Mercedes-Benz in Germany, by one of the leading financial papers, Mercedes-Benz taking over by China. I did a little bit research. What happened was actually that one Chinese individual investor bought 4% of Mercedes-Benz. This is China is taking over. And this is when we look then as well in the context of the pandemics, as what appears to be a conspiracy theory, a very concrete attack on certain countries, in especially China, but as well an attack on the, I would say more globally, on the global geopolitical shifts. And this is, I think, more concrete, we have to name it, than just talking about conspiracy theory. There are people who are not knowing what is going on, who simply reflect there is some risk, some danger that we lost place. And so we blame not China, not the global shift, but we blame, I don't know what, aliens or whatsoever. This happens, of course, as well. But I think we have to look at the concrete background as well. Thank you.
I can answer first. I think you're right. Neoliberalism is not only a buzzword, it is a way of conditions. It is a way of debt. It is it's the power of the financial capital, and it's a way in which crisis will be solved or not solved, because the Bundesrepublik Germany does less to make pressure to the industry for vaccinate, and so it is a long time before all people are injected, and so we have a longer time the COVID-19 problem, and also we have the problem that the industry has no shutdown in Germany, and so I think it is a way to handle with the virus under specific conditions, and there are, you can say, financial capital, you can say neoliberalism, because I think you can work out the conditions under which this systems will coordinate its handling. Okay.
And no, just because this was basically a comment, I do agree with you, but I use this example of conspiracy theories to show that conspiracy theories are used in order to somehow defend the position that nothing may happen without agency, that there must be a master, a state, a politician, whoever who organizes it. Because it was not only so that, of course, Americans said the virus came from China. I'm sure there are lots of other theories which were conspiracy theories, but conspiracy theories are looking for agency. They're looking for inscribing something what happens, however fictionally, into the functioning of the culture of danger. So they don't admit the possibility that there's nobody responsible for the production of the virus, unless it is God, if someone believes, right? So this was the way I argued. I was not going to make any comments about the truth or fictitiousness of the possibility.
Okay. Or we can go on. Rolf, we can go on. I don't see Nicole Horatova.
Nicole Horakova didn't have her lecture. I have found a mail now from her that she cannot not have her lecture on personal reasons. And
okay. Allora, now we have Sabine Kergel.
Sabine, our computer was broken down, and so Sabine has not finished her lecture. She's also missing on personal reasons. I think we, if there isn't any other questions, we make a longer break and see us at 2 o'clock. Or what do you mean, Marco?
No, just allora, I would like to introduce Professor Kalin, if you can present yourself, and then it's a great opportunity to have you here.
Oh,
and then I could anticipate.
Yeah, thank you. It's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to invite in this workshop. I think that some are old friends and some new friends, and that's very good to exchange the idea, the research idea. My research is social quarantine. Perhaps now or later to introduce or for the present is up to your time arrangement. And my area of research is on social policy and social work. It's about the people's livelihood. And my background is sociology. So I'm currently in the College of Public Affairs in Zhejiang University. It's near Shanghai. It's one of the leading universities in China. And I think the issue for this workshop about the COVID-19, how to deal with this crisis, is a big issue, and it's attract our great research interest. This is not the China issue, European issue. This is not a real world issue. As we can see that in India, it's still in the highlighted wave of this pandemics, and also in China, we already have no much case for this infected case. It's looking like this epidemic already over, but the ruler of the control is still following. So we are now keep aware for the potential risk to make prevention actions. In this week, we promote very quick about get vacancies, and we require even in the university, we require students to and all teachers to make the vacancies. So we make the action about this COVID-19 as the big challenge. I will introduce later. So first, I give a very brief self-introduction. Is okay? Okay.
Voice, please. Rolf. If you are ready, Professor Kalin, we could anticipate now your presentation.
Okay. Yes, then I can present 15 minutes like usual, or what's the situation?
20 minutes, no problem. We have in time because the one speaker was sick, and now we have time.
Okay, this is a good opportunity.
Allora,
yeah, good.
So Kalin, the presentation by Professor Kalin.
Okay, thank you. My presentation is about social quarantines. So, of course, with the policy implication. As this social quarantine, this COVID-19 is already happening in 2 years. It lasts for 2 years. So in the beginning, that we have no much knowledge or certain knowledge about how to treat this. So the social quarantine become the main measures for prevention, for control these epidemics. And therefore, that many countries make the social quarantine as the main measures for cope with the COVID-19. However, this social quarantine, the meaning of the social quarantine is not only on public affairs, but is also concerning with the community action, concerning with the individual's action, and also psychological implication. In the previous presentation here, many of you talk about the impact of COVID-19, is the challenge for individual and such kind of ideological issue. And this, I'm very happy to see that despite such kind of criticized times, and we and our scholars still maintain is the theoretical thinking and about the profound influence of this tragedy to the people's relation and the social life. Okay, so main idea for my presentation is to analyze the model of the social quarantine in 4 aspects. First, this model for social quarantine, we can emphasize with 4 ideas. First, it is a model of the public health. Second, it is the model of community action. Third, it is the model of people's behaviors. Fourth, it is the model of psychological behavior, psychological feature. So now I introduce my research. Of course, it's my team to make the research 1 year ago about this different model and with different policy implication as the academic issue. And first, when we talk about the model of the public health, so social quarantine is usually when the disease have no certain treatment, how to make the treatment. So we could not really treat this disease. The quarantine is a good measure. So we reduce the risk for infection. So we make the social quarantine, the quarantine. And the operate this quarantine model, they have a long tradition from the Black disease in the medieval times in Europe. And also there are many measures for quarantine to handle with them. And with this, in this sense of the public health, then we can see quarantine model can prevent the uncontrollable resource of the infections and hiding the transmission process and ensure the safety of the suspicion population. So this is the model of public health. However, we can understand the social quarantine also as the model of community action. For instance, as you mentioned in the previous presentation, the lockdown, community lockdown, or even the whole city lockdown. So this is the model of community action. And also which setting the checking points with suspension of the open market and many measures, quarantine measure at the community level. So this is the second model. The third model, we should also understanding quarantine as the model of individual behavior. For instance, we usually does not have the tradition or the custom to cover the mask, but now we already very popular. It's customers for wear the mask and the handing wash and avoid the clovers. And we keep the 1 meter distance between people as such kind of individual behaviors. So this means the quarantine measure is not only the public measure, but it also influence people's behavior. It's have consequence later on, even after these pandemics. And fourth, we still understand the social quarantine as the psychological model. And in this COVID-19, that the people is certainly influence people's psychological feeling. For instance, the anxious, the dangerous, and the mental disorders, mental health problems. So these have some, the quarantine causes some problems, psychological problems. So this is the four model what we're looking at. Now, let's talk the second part. Then what is the key point when we underline those four models? When we look at the public health, social quarantine have the clinical functions. And therefore, in this, according to the experience for those 2 years internationally, we can say if we try to reinforce this clinical function for social quarantine, then we, during this process, during these pandemics, we develop a smart care systems. And in China, in Sweden, and in Germany have a long tradition for these smart care systems, and which play a big function, a great function on prevention for these quarantines. Second, in the clinical model, we can develop family doctor systems that keep the diagnose online diagnose. So it's also a measure for prevention for the quarantine in some extent. And thirdly, I think that we have studied the public health system in Scandinavia, in Germany, and we can see that the granting clinical systems is very important to prevent these quarantine, these pandemics. The granting means first visit a low-level clinic. Second, if it becomes serious, it go to the bigger hospital. So it reduces the possibility of overcrowding, mutual infections. So this is a clinical means for quarantine. Second, if we look at the community functions as the community model, then we can see effectively implement this social quarantine model is need all stakeholder or organization to engage in these community actions. In China, that it is very successful to make the quarantine at the community level. And they are associated with this institution at the grassroots level organization. But in some countries, it's difficult to make this control and make the community action to prevent this disease. For instance, in Scandinavian countries, they have no such tradition as the local community network. It's operated with the municipality service. So it's a different systems. So it's very difficult to operate a community model in these events. And in Italy, for instance, they have the community network, but the control level, I think, if you compare with China, is a bit less. And therefore, the efficiency, effectiveness of the community function is very strong in China to prevent this COVID-19. But I think if comparison will say that in Italy is not so much effective because when we look down the city or look down the community, people strike. so they have certain relation with the organization structure at the grassroots level in society. So this is the key issue for when we talk about social quarantine at the community level. And thirdly, then we talk at the individual level, behavior level. And the social quarantine make people a new idea. In the past, we does not think that way. But now we already accustom ourselves such a kind of social distance. In China, people keep a close relation between individuals. But now social distance, distance becomes a very popular notion. And this indeed affect how effective of this prevention process. If people still keep overcrowded, so the effective very low for preventing this quarantine, preventing this COVID-19. And the same thing that we can see, for instance, in Scandinavian country, in Nordic country, although at the community level, it does not impose very strong control by the community organization. As I said, the system is different at the grassroots level organization. But on the other hand, if we look at the behavior model, Scandinavian country, people got the advantage because they have a long tradition to keep people in distance, not so close, overcrowded. So we can see that at the behavior level, is not the same with the macro level of the action, community action, public policy action, public health. So we look at the behavior model as the special events. And in the policy implication, we can say even this pandemic is over, but if we formulate such kind of idea at the behavior level, keep distance, and its influence social economic recovery. I will talk later. And in the scientific, in the psychological model, we can see that is very often happen after the disease, especially after the epidemics. People have the fear, have the anxious, exhausted, and also have some mental problems. So we have to cope with this mental disorder, and this becomes a social psychology to influence they have a certain social consequence. So we should think about, as I heard many of your presentation have the sociological context and also general social science, the context of general social science. Okay, so this is the second part that we're trying to say. What is the key point to identify these four models? The last part is I trying to say the policy implications. So what's the mean if you identify this four model? Actually, we meet with two sides of a controversial. First, we try to prevent this disease, prevent the virus. This is for public health. For this reason, we should make a strict control for the population movement and for individuals' behaviors. So this is the one concern for public health. The other concern is how to make people return normal people's life, to come back to the normal life. And we treat these pandemics as the special events, although it is so serious, it's still going on. So then, for instance, about the social distance, we regard this as a special measure against this pandemic. We hope that we return to normal life. But other people say that, some people say that perhaps after this, we are never come back to the life, so-called normal life as before. So this is possible. That's why we should talk about the behavior model and the psychological model of these people for social quarantine, for this. So this is the second concern. First is prevention for public health, and the second is how to come back to the normal life. And what is the normal life in the future? The third one is also the consideration how to make economic system restart and recovered to the normal situation. Very often people put this as the contradiction. If you make the prevention actions for public health, then you have to stop this, stop that. And the big problems for many countries is how the economic system running. On the other hand, so the policymakers have a very difficult situation to make that policy, because if you're trying to make an economic system running like before, then it's influence prevention. If you make the strict rule for prevention, that influence the economics, how people working. And therefore, when we talk about this four model of social quarantine, then we can got some reason to understanding the current situation. Some are at the macro level, you have to cope with the health issue. But on the other hand, that we have to look at the micro level, at the people's behavior level, at the interpersonal relation level, is connected with the culture, And with the change of the culture, we don't know what is the next century or next days. So people perhaps will change their relation, interpersonal relation after these pandemics. So it has the profound implication on social relation and the human relation and the institutional relation after these pandemics. So we have great uncertainty for the disease and also for the world order, what is the economic the order and even political order, the world order. So we can see the great uncertainty. So let's say what will happen. But anyway, I hope those research on the model of the social quantity would be helpful to deepen people's understanding about those issues. Okay, that is all. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalin. Very interesting and question and answer and comments. Oh, Rolf, where are you? Peter Herman request. Okay.
Well, very interesting, especially for me, this question of going back, returning to normal. And especially when I look at China, the vast and very fast change over the last years, last decades. In a way, you can say this cannot be normal, because at some stage it has to settle. I read by chance today that the birth rate is going back in China, so you would have a different population problem there as well, demographic development. And I think this is something specific to China, but as well in general. This pandemic, I think, shows or makes people reflect, and people are politicians, people are the people, people are those who are concerned with specific problems or challenges. Did we really reach a level of normality that is not sustainable anymore? Sustainability in terms of environmental issues, major debate in general, as well in terms of social equality, if we look at the discussion there. And I'm writing currently with a colleague from Moscow something that I call overlife. So we have this, we are stretching things so far that we cannot control them anymore. In all areas of life, and I think it is really a global problem. In different countries, it is you find different answers, as you point out as well. But the problem remains a global one. What are we looking for? Especially when you talk about social equality, what are we looking for as a, call it, model for the new normal?
Yes. Should I answer? Yeah.
Oh, of course, up to you.
Okay. Yes. We are now considering about the no normals, and there are very different factors to all contribute to formulate the current situation. And this situation is many aspects. And even before these pandemics, we already see that some deglobalization, these trends. And this pandemics is that accelerate these debates and highlight this, is make in the past some hard issue have to be broke out to be published. And then we have no certain idea about the let's say what direction we go. Nowadays we feel have the greatest change or the challenge for the world development about the globalization, and also we looking we can see the world order is changing, but changing to what direction? As a personal idea, I don't know. Yeah, but we can fear this challenge, and this is a very serious issue. It is concerning how stable for the development, for the global development. Therefore, we personally are working on global social policy. And because I'm working on social policy issue, and now we look at the global social policy. So we affirm for the international those documents about 2030 sustainable global agenda and millennial goals. So we hope this direction of development can go ahead. So that's why I think nowadays to building up the consensus would be very important. So cross the nation and all the people through different level, the communication to building up the consensus. I think 10 years ago, we have no question about which way to go. We go to the globalization, go to the global governance, and I think a whole European scholar and we are all strike is a clear direction. But now, after 10 years, the uncertainty is raised, and especially in these pandemics, and is highlighted. It's looking like the problem in the consensual building. Okay, that is my personal view.
Thank you, Professor Kalin. Some others? Okay, Rolf, it's up to you.
Yes, I think we make now a break. And as the next one, you have your lecture. Or what do you think? I can't understand you now.
How is Sabine with the computer?
Her lecture was away, and she has not the time to write it again.
Okay. So we make a break now. We start at 2 o'clock, as we said. Rolf?
Yes. 2 o'clock, or do you think it is better to make it to 2:15? Because after you there we have Ronald Annette from Pennsylvania, and
Yes.
he is at 3:20. That is about 9 o'clock in the morning in the United States.
Okay.
And so I think you are not under the pressure. And if you make
one practical question: when Sabine is ready for the lecture, when Sabine will be ready for her lecture?
I didn't have understand.
When Sabine will be ready for her lecture?
I don't think, not in the moment. I think when we publish it, we can also publish also an article also from her.
Ok, allora.
The same as by Alex, he is ill, and so but he want also to write an article for publication.
Okay, allora we start, we make a break now and we start 2:15.
2:15, yes.
Okay.
I will be a little late, but don't worry. I have a meeting at 2, but I'll join you as soon as I can. Okay, so I'll be late.
Okay.
It was nice that you was here and that you have your lecture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we start with my lecture and then Ronald Arnett.
Yes.
Okay?
And this is the rest for today. And tomorrow in the morning is Duarte at 10 o'clock.
Duarte, 10 o'clock, then Marwenda, then Peter Herman.
Yeah. Fernando Mahuna, then Peter Herman, then Bobkov. And after that, the end is Guy Standing. After getting his second requisite.
Okay, allora 2:15.
Okay.
Everybody agree? Okay, we are a community. Go. Okay, 2:50.
Okay, it was nice
Bye.
to see all of
Bye,
you.
bye, bye. See you then.
See us later.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
0.
0.
There we go. Marco, you're on.
Ok, okay. Allora,
To the moon.
Focusing on social precarity, I concentrated my attention about the new European policies because in few days, exactly the 7th of May, we shall have the European Social Summit, an extraordinary summit in which they are going to take important decisions and to design the new social policies for Europe. This summit was decided because the enormous effect of the pandemic. And so we have to follow this event because you will have all the European authority, national authorities, and so on. How we, Europe, go to this appointment? This is important to understand because talking about social precarity, uncertainty, and security, really, I was very shocked. I use this word with reasons to see the limited vision that the European Union has on social, main social issues. So the main point is the starting point of European Union strategy is to link the recovery plan, the new development, economic and social development, to the Agenda 2030 of United Nations. And let's examine this point. They said clearly in many documents that European policy is linked and is a contribution for the Agenda 2030. As introduction, let's reflect one moment about this agenda, because there are many aspects that are still in discussion. The sustainable point, the sustainability, it's in our conference in the past time was defined as a point of rupture of a system, when the risk of breaking are very high. We must change and reduce this risk of breaking. So sustainable development means to reduce the risk of rupture, of breaking. This is the main basic concept. And when we read the documents of the United Nations on this basic point, they clearly state that we are facing irreversible damage for our planet in terms of climate change, inequality, many aspects. There was 2 years ago, there was an update version of the agenda, big discussion at the United Nations, and where the result was we are facing irreversible damage. This is the expression. And we must accelerate the efforts to build really a sustainable development. Starting from this point, reduce the risk of irreversible damage, we have to make clear some basic concept of reference. Otherwise, we miss the way in our study and research. Allora, the agenda state clearly three main things. I repeat for us, even we know well, but I repeat because it's useful. First, we have to change our development model with the passage from a modern development model based on quantity to a model based on quality. Second point, we have to act in parallel in the three dimensions of development: economic, social, and environment. So we have to refuse a disarticulate planning. I cannot achieve good results in economic terms and create damage for the environment, or in social and damage in economy. I have to go in parallel, achieve good results in the same time in the three dimensions. Third point, basic point, is I have to organize a new governance system, more inclusive, more by goals, by a so-called multi-stakeholder governance. That means that because it's recognized that if I want to change my development model from quantity to quality, the public institutions are no more enough. The official governments, the public authorities need to complement their action with the main private players of the society, of the economy, and the main player of social society organization. So these are the conditions designed by the Agenda 2030. What are the open tasks? Because these are very important to our approach for social precarity, to understand where to address our studies, our proposal, our contribution. When I look at the economic results, the economic dimension, usually the enterprise and the economists continue to measure the result in terms of quantity of production, cost and benefits, profits, the profitability of my investments. Now, more and more there is a trend to enlarge this traditional way and say that I have to, in my company, I have to organize what is called the so-called integrated budget. I have to measure my cost and benefits, my profits, and in the same time, I have to organize a budget in which I measure the effects, positive or negative, that I produce in the community around me. The trend, it's already started. More and more the international finance go to support this trend, giving support in the incentive to investments, to company that are applying this so-called integrated budget. When we go to see what is environment, you have two different approaches still applied at the international level. The most important and easy approach is the reduction of gas emissions, CO2, and so on. Clean pollution of the water and so on, clean water and so on. In some case, but only very rare case, I have the measurement of the benefits that I bring to all the ecosystem. If I look at many laws and plans at European level and national level, I see that still now they go in the direction to support who is cleaning more the water, who is reduction more gas emission, and so on. There is very, very few example in which I go to prize, I go to support plans that make better ecosystem. So when I go to look at the environment dimension, I see that there are still two different approaches. Even in the social dimension, I have a lot of interrogative points, demand points, because still open at the United Nations level and still open in the international coordinations body like G20, BRICS, SCO, etc., I see that there is open the question, what is social? In fact, when I go to see the concrete policy of the states in this direction, I see that they reduce social to assistance, good service in school, good health service, sanitary service, good pension, and so make better the quality, the level of this service. There are very few examples in which the support is given to projects and to plans that try to defend and enhance the relations system among the people. When I go to build a new railway line or transport highway, and I have to change the place of a community, only in very rare cases you see that these plans are paying attention to the community in which they act and try to defend the entire community, the entire relation system. This you have a very rare case of attention to the relations system among the people, the tradition, the way of living, and so on, the quality of their life. So, concluding this introduction, in the Agenda 2030, still that it's now they want to urge, because we have only 10 years to achieve its goal. Ecco, still are open some basic question, how to manage the economic, social, and the environment dimension. why this approach? I put attention on this because this type of open problems, we find the same inside the European strategy and especially in the European social policy. Another point that it is linked to agenda, and it is a very important point for our discussion, is the relationship between science and policy. Many documents by OECD, by the United Nations, which have a special program, say science and policy must cooperate. There is a special program, Science and Policy Interface, SPI, approved together with the agenda. We must overcome the silos. We must have an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach. Practically, the United Nations say that science and policy must work together because they have the same level of responsibility. This is the basic point. They have the same level of responsibility. And science is called to make clear what they are the so-called emerging problems and to offer answers that are in the same time ethical, acceptable, sustainable, and social, linked to the social quality of life of the people. So the agenda and this program of in science and policy, how are applied inside European Union and its policy? What because and this question is important because, as I told before, European Union link its recovery policy to the sustainable goals of the United Nations. By parentheses, I see that in the international arena, we have a growing number of tensions, conflicts, trade wars, and so on. But in the same time, the states continue to cooperate in this common platform. So enhancing these common platforms means to create an alternative to a scenario full of tensions. That's why it's important that our group of scientific community cooperate in interdisciplinary way and try to find a link with the main development players, because they need this contribution. And in the same time, doing this, we can contribute even to the reduction of this increasing tension at the international level. So from one side, the contradiction of our time is, from one side, the states are full of increasing tensions. From other side, they still have common platform of new development model. The alternative is very clear. Let's work in the direction who brings us to build bridges, not walls. Introducing the European policy, I found some basic passage. We have one important document, the basic document of European Union at the moment is the Green Deal. The Green Deal developed the Green Deal strategy. That means to change completely the system till 2030 and 2050. The Green Deal was approved, presented and approved at the end of 2019. That means a couple of months before the COVID. After the Green Deals, the European Union produced three important documents that have an important point of reference for our job. The 14th January, that means just at the beginning of the pandemic, the European Union presented and approved the social strategy with the title "A Social Europe, a Strong Social Europe for Equal Transition." This is a beginning of the COVID period. At the end of the year, in December, the European Parliament approved a resolution of social Europe. And in the 14th March, that means 1 year and some months after the first pandemic phenomena, the Commission presented the Social Action Plan just to prepare the coming summit. So we have 4 basic documents: the Green Deal in December 2019, the Social Europe strategy by the Commission in January 2020, then the European Parliament, the social policy, Social Europe, December, 1 year, and then the Social Action Plan. I was astonished to studying this document and these strategies. I was aware that define social is very difficult, complex issues, and that the discussion are still open. Even it is urgent to find a shared definition and found a shared solution. But I was astonished, that's why I put the attention on such document, to see that in all these 3 documents, Commission, January 2020, Parliament, December 2020, Commission, March 2021, never was used the word uncertainty, insecurity. The word precarity was used only 2 times, I repeat, link this word to the job precarization, to the new type of jobs. So my first remark is that there is not a shared, not only vision, but they are not conscious about the problem of precarization of society. And we are talking about the most important social summit to define the most important event where we can have a clear vision or decision about social policy and social precarity and so on. This is very important and make me, when I use the word shocked, look, having in mind the contribution even tomorrow morning, very qualified, very important. I put myself the question, what are we studying? Are we in the moon? Or are we with the bed, with the feet on the earth? What are our relations with the decision makers world? What is our attitude and our interrelation among our scientific world and political world according to the specific program of the United Nations? Because it's impossible that in a passage so important, the recovery, the creation of new situation after the COVID and so on, it's important. It's impossible that the European documents have not at all the sensibility to use the word precarious in their documents, to introduce the concept of uncertainty and security in their documents. This is really something that a big surprise. And maybe that we are doing something that a way of study of doing research that is not linked to the real needs of the society. Just a critic to myself. Ecco, some basic remarks that, just to have more clear idea. When we talk the basic document, the Green Deal strategy, at the end of 2019, no word about social. Only we are working for the Agenda 2030, new industrial revolution, new economic model, etc., but no one word about the social condition of the people. This is the first limit, the basic limit of European approach. When we look the documents approved with January, already there was the virus in China. The first effects were in February in Italy and the UK, if I remember well. But in January, allora, the documents about the new social strategy started with the use in the documents, the European Commission use two terms that are continuously repeated even in the other document. We are proud of our system. We are full of optimism for the future. These are the two words that open the documents of the European Union. And just to read some little quotation, European economy, it's already positive for 7 years, from 7 years. There is, this is the passage that about the optimistic vision. I remember it was January January, with the virus already starting to go in the world. There is a lot of space for optimism and proud. After years of crisis, Europe now can look again forward. This program is designing the way to find solution to the problem of the past. Practically in January 2020, there was no idea about the disaster of COVID-19. And if I look at the documents of some important advisor, international advisor, Ernst Young, you find this definition, because there was the question, why did you don't forecast this disaster? And they say, they found this funny expression. It was a strategic major surprise. There is a strategic surprise. We cannot do anything. This put a lot of reflection about our knowledge, the value of our knowledge in terms of forecasting and forecasting the limits of our knowledge. This is the problem. It was already happened in the financial crisis in 2008, and we have now again. Oh, what is important, proud and trust and optimism for the future. In the European document, we find even the expression of to be the best system in the world. Allora, we want, I read a quotation, enhancing social Europe. In Europe, we are having the most highest level of life in the world. The working conditions are the best, and the system of pension and social security the most effective. So, to be European means today to have the possibility to realize themselves and the right to live in dignity. Social justice is the fundamental of the European market that is at the center of the Union. These are the type of approach. So the European Union has this idea that we are the best in the world, and that our system is the most efficient, it's incredible to see, to read this officially in the strategy. This. What is important to know that basing on the Green Deal, the document about social policy say that we have to change completely our productive systems, and using the digital economy, we shall create, quotation, almost 60 million of new working places. So there is the idea that, of course, the digitalization create new place and change others, but in the same time, the result will be very, very positive. Today, it's a quotation of the document, 241 million of people in Europe have a good work. This is a record, even if we have inequalities, etc. Inequality. So the idea they transmit, it's optimism, proud to be the best in the world, to say that at the end of this process, we shall have millions of working place. This is the basic reference of the European social policy. What is the goals of this policy, of this document? Because practically we find these goals in all other documents approved during the 2020 and now in 2021. Social policy, it's limited to create equal opportunities and working place jobs for everybody. So full occupation, full employment. The second point is education and training. The third point is to implement digital revolution and to enhance social dialogue and to enhance social protection system. New norms, new service, more efficient service, and so on. These are the concept in which is defined social policy. No idea of social precarity, social uncertainty, social insecurity. And the documents say also the risk, a great risk of poverty, because accentuated by the coronavirus, etc. And so this risk of poverty, it's for 110 million of Europeans. But, this is the quotation, it's a number less than was calculated previously, 7 million less about in comparison with previous forecast. So the only negative aspect of the crisis is linked to the fact that we have at the moment 110 million people in risk of poverty. Another document, after 1 year, at the end of December, the European Parliament approved the resolution about social Europe. And the approach clearly states at the beginning of the document, if do you want to have a competitive Europe, you must have a strong social Europe. So the strong social Europe is connected to the goals to have a competitive Europe. The document put some critics to the previous strategies that ended in 2020, saying that too much attention was put on the economic growth than to sustainability, but too much attention to economic issues, not to social issues. But in fact, there is a very, very few attention about what is social. Precarity, it's only linked to the type of contracts, labor contracts, temporary contracts. So we find the word precarity in this resolution of the European Parliament only for the temporary work contracts. The Parliament, this is important, the Parliament states two important things at the end of the resolution. First, to introduce social policy with a new treaty. At the moment, the competence in social policy are from the state, mostly from the state. So we have to create a new treaty, to sign a new treaty. That means a strategic political decision. But they had doing after this, they say, doing new treaty, the goals of social policy must be mandatory. No more simple indication, but to create something that is normative for the states. And this is the other things, the new things at the end of 1 year, 2020. These goals and tasks, not only mandatory, but not only expressing quantitative terms, but also in qualitative terms. That means some concept to have the quality of development inside the system, it's accepted. The fact is that a document approved, a strategic document on social policy approved by the 17th December by the European Parliament use the term precarity only, I repeat, for the temporary jobs. No, in no other place you find this word. And the simple indication to have qualitative goals, not only quantitative goals. After this resolution, and viewing the next social summit, the European Commission approved just few days ago, for the 4 March 2021, last month, approved what is the social action plan. So this is the basic strategy for social policy in Europe, and in which the points, the main points are two. There is the same limit as before we have seen in the first document. Social policy, it's limited to working place, stable working places, to good service in education and training. But there is the important passage is we have to adapt all the social norms we have inside the states and create a new corpus of social norms. So they open the way to a sort of building a new legislation for social. But what is the same concept than in the parliament? It's confirmed. Social Europe is the basics for a competitive Europe at international levels. But social policy, they design in this action plan 3 main goals, and they are very, very limited. Allora, the 3 very restricted. They say that the goals of this action plan is 3 points. In 2030, to have 78% people at work. So create work to employ the 78% of the active population of Europe. 60% of adults in digital training, and 15 million less in risk of poverty. Ecco, all the strategy of European Union is concentrated on these 3 goals. Create new jobs for 78% of working population, to have 60% of adults in digital training, and to have less 50 million of people. This is the social policy of the European Union. Then the document finish with the same sign of proud that we mentioned at the beginning. Working on the European pillar of social rights means to do European Union the possibility to be a global leader. Global leader. This is the best. I want to conclude just to mention that during the year there were the social partners were involved in 3 important tripartite social summit. That means summit with the participation of all the main actors: Commission, business association, trade unions, and so on. 2 of these summits were concentrated on the recovery fund. The 3rd summit was organized with the view of the coming summit in May. If I read the document they approved, I have no word to comment it, because the main proposal is to have more social indicators to add to the traditional economic indicators, and to put the monitoring of social phenomena, of social process, inside the monitoring of economic policy. So inside this system, the monitoring, traditional monitoring of economic process, put a specific monitoring for social effects. These are the main proposals. So just to conclude this, I ask you, Rolf, you as a coordinator and other partners, we are here, we publish about social precarity, but or we did a mistake and are out of the world, or we are facing with this position. It's impossible in my mind that the European Union has no idea or concern about the really spread situation of social precarity in all the European system, the changing of values of people, the reduction of aspects, the uncertainty about their life and the many problems. It's impossible that all these dimensions of the life of the people are not considered inside the social European strategy. Where is the mistake? I don't know. Or from European side of European authority, or from our side. In fact, scientific community cannot put in the center of the table this question, that when we are talking, when they are talking about social policy, they cancel all the idea of precarity as we have in our books, in our research, and so on. This is my conclusion with this. Where is the mistake? Echo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A very interesting lecture, Marco. And I think that we have one problem, if I see it in the right way. The politics do it in the old way, and we have the old marks dividing between economy and the rest. The rest is put in a way, but the economy is running in the same way, and I think that is a problem. And they're looking for policy strategies to save these problems. And I think that there is no driver who knows what to do, because no one knows if the virus is the driver, what the virus is, can he drive, in which way can he drive he back, or does he also have a development, etc. And so I think we have a handful of problems, and we have to work with these other problems. And the problem is that I think the real important as a factor is also the legitimation, because everyone has to move in the way of the lockdown. If the people doesn't do it any longer, we have a catastrophe. And so we are maybe in a fight with the virus, but we don't know the enemy.
You're right. Oh, Leonard asked.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. That was an enlightening presentation of the situation as the EU approaches, so to speak, the coming the things are problem on. I think it fits very well with how I imagine it, but I may be a little. I find it very difficult. When I look into what you're told, I felt the most optimistic aspect of it is that EU is expresses itself in accordance with the United Nations, which seems to me still the more credible power to try to produce good values and avoid wars and destruction, and try to solve the ecological and issues. While I find that especially the Western societies, especially United States, have been enormously negative on these issues. And when we see then how the EU positions itself in this, I see the economic goals being the dominant, clearly, as you also mentioned. But when we look at the three main tasks you mentioned there, they are basically all defined by economic interest. It seems to me 78% in work. Digital training is such a mantra in the industrial community and institutions, that everybody has to have that, and all the control systems from the centralized governments on are also all about that. And so what is the point in that? That's efficiency, that is to be able to replace human laborers by non-human laborers, and it is to be able to control and manipulate people, which is done already in extensive, and we have never had such a spy system in the world. It's far surpassing anything that Stasi and whatever had. So really going for that unqualified seems to me extremely suspicious and problematic. If it is as it is, it would mean that we're all under American control, because they are controlling that system for the time being. We have seen some endeavors from the EU to get some control and to get some hold of it, but as far as I see it, it's not really succeeded very much, and it's rather that we come on a very aggressive and also very militaristic oriented capital push in the more and more in the recent years, gradually since the Great Peace broke out in 1990. It has gradually have we mobilized more and more aggression and more warfaring energies and destructive energies, creating artificial refugee problems in massive scale, and we are all doing as if it's happening somewhere, and we are instigating it all. So it's so suspicious, and yeah, I feel so dangerous. And clearly, the last mention now, as if these conflicts come out of nowhere, the trade wars. No, they don't come out of nowhere. They are policy. They are made. There are decisions behind it, and there are economic interests behind that. It's very, very obvious that these are for economic interests. So I feel that there's a lot of economic position. The three goals are basically economically defined goals, and the social has not really found its voice, which is very, very worrisome. But of course, the economic goals are also very important. But if one wanted to say we want to go green, the basic issues, and I have worked with that in 40 years, have been confronted with this problem and confronted economists with this problem. And it's basically a problem that's created by the economic mechanisms. All our environmental problems are created through the way our economy operates. We enlarge consumption as much as possible, and consumption that is the definition of it. It is destruction. It is to destroy something, consume something. It's good. To maximize consumption is simply to maximize destruction. No wonder that this runs into the problems. So one has to define the economic goals differently, say define them according to what kind of life quality do we get out of it, and so that we can minimize the economy in relation to the life goals we get out of that. But that's still not done. And although I have had many economists say, yeah, that's in principle, we can do that, but they don't do it. So they don't think about it. They go into what's profitable from their point of view. They're professors in economy and so on, where I have the experience with it. And so it seems to me a rather dead end if the research in economy is not really helping us. So it is a very severe and serious problem, and I don't know what the way out of it is. I'm not so sure there is any way out. But humans, we have to live, and the social problems are there. And we can think in nomadic terms and whatever. We need to have solutions for these issues. I appreciate your contribution very much, Hepp, to Tadeusz. You can really find you. So there's a hope, I think, that you would push itself in towards the United Nations endeavors, rather than maybe be pushed more by the American agenda, because that, although I think the green agenda of the new administration is a little better than the old one, that's very obvious. But on the other hand, its militarism is even worse than the previous agenda, it seems to me, and that is enormously destructive. The warfaring that has been going on for so many years is enormously expensive for the environment. It is very destructive, and we are running around and killing people all the time, even without knowing it. We're sending also from Denmark soldiers, secret missions in Africa and killing people and whatever. It's so sad that. But it's nice that you still wants to be good on the social issues, but I agree with your disappointment. It would be nice if they had been more serious on it. And we can also see one advantage in that they have not taken the word precarization very much to it. That means we still have the freedom to use it and use it more aggressively, so to speak, to call for responsibility on these enormously important issues. It's still not, we don't, this, maybe EU wants to be competitive and be number one, but first of all, one has to be good. You can be the best of the worst. If all are bad, then it's not worth anything to be the best. One has to do something where it's going for the good. And in a sense, one can be grateful that we still have the control over this concept, and then we should use it.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. The word to Kalin, we say welcome to Professor Arnett from Pennsylvania and to Natalia Kovac from Czech Republic. Professor Kalin.
Yes. Leonard mentioned that suspicion about the current situation, and I follow Marco's lecture that he mentioned that in the past we promote the European social model positively, and then but the EU document does not have many negative words. For instance, uncertainty and precariousness, as you mentioned. I studied the social indicator recently, and according to the trends of social indicator research, people suggest have the two kinds of development. One is to use negative indicators. What the other is to use subjective indicators. These are as trends of indicator studies. And what I conducted with Michael's presentation is that, in my mind, that in the past, we use a lot of social policy to present the positive view for the future. For instance, European social model and such kind of a positive view for the future. But what we fear is precarity and uncertainty and suspicions, such kind of words, is a reflect that perhaps we need looking at the negative indicator. For instance, unemployment rate, this is a negative indicator, and how is the risking society for the future. So perhaps we need both sides approach. One is a positive view for the future. The other, we should also face with the realities to emphasize the negative indicators. Because for the social scientists, the warming for the future is also its functions. We hope that we lead the big picture for the future is positively, but at the other hand, that the warming was the risk, and by using such a kind of negative indicator, and what would perhaps have the risk. This also the possible way. Okay, that is, I follow your idea. I can give the comment. Okay.
Very good, very good. Rolf, now in the program we have Professor Arnett and then Nicole Orakova. Professor Arnett is, allora, where is?
You can now hear me all right?
Yes, yes.
Good, good.
Chair and professor of the Department of Communication and Rhetorical Studies, Patricia Doherty Yoder and Ronald Wolf and Doherty Chair in Communication Ethics, Dasken University. My pronunciation is not very good. If you want to introduce yourself, Professor Arnett.
Thank you. I'm from Duquesne University and in the United States, specifically Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh. And Natalia is a PhD student with us, and she's helping with the slides. One of the things that I want to suggest is I'm very thankful for the presentations and for the work of Rolf and all the things he's done over the years. It's been quite remarkable. My last book was actually looking at the issue of the Scottish Enlightenment, differentiating between optimism and tenacious hope, and taking people through a variety of major issues. My contention is that we are once again entering something much closer to an age of sentiment than an age of reason. The articulation of the previous administration in the United States announced a rather odd form of an age of sentiment in which facts were used in a problematic direction, yet there was still willingness to follow. In order to address precarity, I think we need to begin to address the sentiment of this age. And I'm going to do this primarily as this paper somewhat shifted and morphed through the lens of Emmanuel Levinas. One of the things that Levinas did was to talk about the issue of ethics and justice, in which it is possible to be problematic if one is only ethical. Justice is always attending to those who are not yet there, not in the immediate grasp of our vision. And he does a significant critique of the West in terms of ethics tied to optics or to vision. So ethics are important. They're generally tied to the people that are before us. Justice is tending to those who are not yet here. And in this historical moment, we are seldom, in my judgment, working with concerns of long-term justice. At best, we are looking at issues of immediate ethics. The fact that ethics and justice work with one another and at times collide against one another, I work with the assumption that any kind of ethical position of singularity is probably dangerous. So I work with an element of a unity of contraries, which is the heart of Jewish philosophy. Terms such as optimism and tenacious hope work within that. I also talk about the difference between locality and provinciality, with locality being deep love of the one's sense of place, with recognition that others have the right to have such deep love of their sense of place, and provinciality as a embracing of one's own sense of place and dismissing everyone else. Our previous administration was attempting to move us for the first time in a number of years to provinciality. This new age of sentiment, all of you know the definitions of the precariat, the work of Bourdieu, the importance of Guy Standing, who's speaking later. And one of the elements that Guy Standing, I think, makes quite clear, as well as the comments of Rolf, is that if indeed the notion of the precarity is not addressed, it is likely to invite significant social upheaval. And what I am going to do is kind of talk a little bit about ways in which that social upheaval is beginning to happen globally in a variety of places. The key is to be attentive to the face of the other. And one of the ways in which that can be rejected is when one is attending to the other without recognizing their humanity, their right to a locality, their right to concerns for justice, and due to that, the moment in which we are in, there's an increasing expansion of the precariat globally. Before I begin this, our new president is attempting to address some of those issues of the precariat within the United States, the growing absence of a middle class, and the incredible disparity of wealth, and particularly during the time of the pandemic, the way in which some have made so much money and others have been placed in a really difficult position. I offer the following simply as an impressionistic picture of where we are at this particular juncture in what I think is a shifting, at best, a shifting age of sentiment, at worst, an ongoing tale of two cities of sentiment. And if the one is not going to be attentive to the other, I think we are inviting significant social disruption. Job loss in the United States, the reports have varied, but at least 1.5 million Americans filed for unemployment claims. There have been one documented case after another during the pandemic and generally the pieces that I'm pulling from are coming from The Guardian and the New York Times. And I'm just trying to get a kind of popular picture of where we are. That issues of wage theft and labor abuses have certainly increased during this time. One of the elements that has happened in corporate life is that risk has moved from the entrepreneur to the laborer. At one point, the entrepreneur attempted to bear much of the risk. As we move to more and more part-time employees and vulnerable employees, the risk is moved off to the employee and taken away from the corporation itself. Union busting, particularly in the United States, has been going on since the Reagan administration. During the time of the coronavirus, it continued, particularly at major institutions such as Amazon. During the pandemic, with people working at home, the increasing use of software to engage in surveillance, one of the elements of that I critique within the West is the way in which modernity is understood as individual autonomy, efficiency, and progress. And it's very difficult to, at times, stop the new, or in the words of Jacques Ellul, we do things because they can be done rather than they should be done. The technology that is now available is permitting a much greater degree of surveillance. And it is not moving to an element of economic distribution, but making sure that that laborers are doing the bidding of corporate entities. The issue of debt in terms of elements of forced labor and debt bondage, but as we all know, there are increasing amounts of human trafficking that are happening as well. And many are considering the element of debt as a banality of evil, as a modern form of human slavery. The moment that we are in is a moment of anxiety, uncertainty, and stress. In the United States, we've gone through 4 major years of a difficult presidency. That presidency is not necessarily dormant. The ideas that are driven by what Trump articulated are still present in many. And the widening income inequality, job insecurity, and end of unions, et cetera, you can read this, are generating numerous problems. I assume as you read about Black Lives Matter, you recognize that that part of the issue is, of course, the issue of African American participation, but also a great deal of that is driven by economic conditions. And it is an ongoing rebellion against economic disparity, as well as physical fear. It is, as you know, in Europe in 1871, the Communard revolutionaries took over the government. For about 72 days. There were about 20,000 insurrectionists killed, 38,000 arrested, more than 7,000 deported. On March 18th, 2021, Paris began a commemoration of the 150th anniversary of the Paris Commune of 1871. The announcement has been critiqued as you know, as both a sympathetic and supportive gesture and simply a political pandering. My comment is that it is an announcement of the public recognition that the dangers of over 100 years ago continue to be problematic within the West today. And when the disparity is significant enough, it begins to be publicly voiced. The poorly paid precariat is voicing similar demands, and the Communards' vision of a new radical democracy is once again dividing France. And my comment is, I think many knew that without the election of Joe Biden, it would have divided the United States. The age of sentiment, the deja vu, is we've been here before within the West. The disparity of wealth and problematic nature of economic conditions, it needs to be addressed. The other element with the precariat is the issue of institutional identity. I critique individualism as the primary sin of the West. And one of the things that we're permitted to do is to move people off into away from institutions, in which a small number of people run those institutions, and others have to fend for themselves in terms of their own economic livelihood. The singularity of focus of financial gain has significant consequences. I'm not opposed to capitalism. I'm opposed to capitalism that does not take into account the recognition that the building of social life is an essential issue for individual people, as well as for maintaining the active capitalism itself. This is an era that's increasingly confusing provinciality with locality, and again, provinciality is dismissive of the other. I place the notion of individualism within provinciality, that it is incredibly problematic, and that if indeed there is a necessity for the remainder of this century, it is to figure out ways in which the notion of community works locally, nationally, and internationally, in a manner in which we are able to attend to the faces of the other, not just in terms of ethics, but in terms of justice, meaning those who can benefit us are not the only ones that we need to be attentive to. We need to be attentive to those who are not part of the ongoing conversation. The primary contribution of this piece, which is modest, is to indicate that we are indeed in a new age of sentiment. I do not think we are going to move the conversation with information alone, although information is really necessary. But the ongoing protests that are happening in a variety of places are, I think, necessary points for people to begin to recognize that the sentiment is shifting. In my work on dialogue, my last few articles have stressed the importance of monologue, which is often used in a negative sense. All monologue is a given position that another person has. We need to be able to listen to the monologue of others in hopes that dialogue might emerge. But we do not begin with dialogue. We begin with listening to monologue. I'm not sure anyone's ever died for dialogue. I think people have indeed died for monologue, positions that they think are incredibly important and need to be taken seriously. And right now, the monologue of those who are working from a precariat position are announcing the necessity to be attentive to this, what I hope is a new age of sentiment about the dangers of disparity of wealth and lack of connection to institutional ties as we continue to try to individualize persons, which, in putting it in a more pejorative fashion, marginalize them. Rolf, thank you for the invitation and for a chance to be able to at least begin to work on what is going to be another project on the age of sentiment tied around the issue of the precariat.
Yes, I have understand you in the right way. I think the precarization is going on further with a pandemic, and I think if we see which money the societies have for the pandemic, for the industry, for the commerce, etc., then we see how the precarious situations are from that what produced by policy and economics. And I think that the pressure of the precarized people is something that would be more harder and harder with the pandemic. And you see here in Germany, and I think in the United States, you have the same problems that you have people who brings goods from Amazon, and they have many contacts every day, and so they have a good chance to get COVID-19, and I think that is a very dangerous job, and it remembers me on the Ravens at the pandemic by Foucault. You can find it people who looks for the dead man and woman and put them away and bring foods to the apartments and to the houses. And I think there is another situation, but the dangerous and the social situation has a nearness, and that so we can see differences on the one side and identities on the other side.
What your comments are accurate, and the pandemic has simply unmasked what has been going on and has made it, one, clearer, and two, generated momentary concern. The question is, will it generate longer term concern? And at least in the United States, there's been an effort to try to provide financial support, but that financial support is being driven by temporary means. It is not yet structural. And unless it becomes structural, I'm not sure it's going to address the issues before us.
I think that we have, on the one hand, as a political target, the fight against a pandemic, and it is an important target. If you see the official discourses, and this is also the worth that the politician has. But on the other side, you see the lockdown is not in the sector of industries and not in the sector of commerce, only little commerces, and so you have I think that there is another target to hold on the business and to put the people under control and takes their freedom rights away. And I think that is a dangerous situation. You don't know in which way it will solved at last. You see on the one side that the state make debts, and the debts must paid back, and so you see the knives who want to cut in the social system. On the other side, I think there's also a chance after pandemics that the position of the poor people or the workers would be better. I think Merleau-Ponty has worked out that the crisis in the system of Marx would not bring out the revolution. The time after the crisis and the consciousness of crisis is something that the people fights to change the situation. And also you have the summer of 1816. There was the summer, the frozen summer, the summer without the sun, and there was I'm sorry, they have the people not enough to eat because it was snow all over the year. I think in North America as the same as in Germany, and the people are people immigrates, and there are more than 150 people who died in follow of hunger, and so the king of Baden-Württemberg makes social institutions after that and gives money also to the farmers that they can make can have enough money for money for producing food in the hope that the catastrophes like this would never be happen again, and the people would not know from which reason it comes that the sun didn't shine these years. So they think that it was God who has bring this dark times over the people. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And so there is on the one hand the danger that that the people would be pushed more and more, and on the other hand, that the system get a little other vector in direction of social of a social system. I think the last 30 years here in Europe was the target to get away the social security systems, and there would be larger, so there would be I'm sorry. Well, there would be a little and more little, and so I think it is it's a condition that not only the workless people or the people with too less working hours, but also a great part of the society lives in insecurity because you have a change in the working, as a great change in the working conditions, who integrate precarity in the center of our society.
Yep, your comments are quite helpful, and at least in the United States, it's being manifested also in the area of education, in which the areas that are most that are lacking funding are in the liberal arts and in the more practical, business-oriented and medical health-ish programs are getting the primary funding. But the vision for a more, quote, humane future generally in the United States has come out of the liberal arts, not out of the more practical disciplines. We are, it is a very demanding time.
Okay. We have Natalia Vohar. Can you introduce yourself now?
Hi, my name is Natalia Wohar, and I'm Dr. Arnott's research assistant. So I'm here to help with the slides and to listen in on the conversation. So thank you for having me.
Rolf, I think we are at the end of the session. If there are no other speaker, Rolf, where you are? The coordinator.
Can you speak a little bit louder? Ronald and Natalie, I have heard very good. And with you, I have my problems today because you are so quiet.
Okay, allora, following the program, we have no speaker anymore, and we can close the session. If there is any final comment, it's welcome. Otherwise, we close the session and we start again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
The program, c'è il programma.
Okay, then we can end for today, and we meet as tomorrow. And many thanks, Ronald, that you was here. It was very interesting, and I think also very important to show this the subjective side very with very much empathic, and I think that is very relevant.
Thank you, Rolf, for all the work you've done all these years, and I'm very appreciative to all of you. Thank you.
And if we don't see us tomorrow, we want to make a book or in a review publish our lectures. So you can please send me also the exemplars of one exemplar of your lecture.
Okay.
Okay.
Allora, no, this is very important to have a final report and publication of this conference, because the quality of the speakers and the relevance of the topic are really very, very important in this. So tomorrow morning we start the session at 10 o'clock. There is the first speaker, Professor Duarte, Antonio Duarte, University of Lisbon. Then Professor Fernando Maruenda, University of Valencia. And then Peter Herman, Professor Peter Herman for Changsha University in China. Okay?
Okay.
And
then we will see us as tomorrow. And I think it was very interesting as a day with very good contributions. And Kalin, for you, the same. We want to publish your lecture if you are interested. Okay, then we see us tomorrow in the morning. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. From our technical, okay.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.